We're close. True, hard, full, car. Hardcore. Yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yeags and args. This produces a guttural, Gotwaldian accent and makes him sound more animal, more in it. Or maybe it's not Gotwaldian. Maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van Eyck is from, judging by his name. Could you be listening to an Arno van Eyck creation right now?
You know about him?
You know Van Eyck? Wow!
The skinny wraith looks at you with some disbelief.
So am I! So am I!
Oh! Is that why they call you Egghead? Because...
Egghead to the mega! The K became the G! The boy became the man! The Advent? We're close. True, hard, full, car. It's hardcore. Skibadis. We're close. True, hardcore. Yeah!
This young man, or maybe it's
The Y to the E to the A 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 to the G to the H to the exclamation mark. Yeah!
이 새끼 뭐야?
he missed one A.
I'm the hard rhymer, the track attacker, the mic enforcer, the sixth checker. I am the law. The club, true, hard, hardcore. Yeah!
This young man, or maybe
The what? Yeah!
he missed one.
It's nice to be important, but it's important to be nice. The club, true, hardcore. Yeah!
This young, or maybe
You know about?
you know Van Eyck? Oh, well, it really is him. It's an honest-to-God Van Eyck beat. Well, actually, a reworking of a Peppy Popic and Arsos track. But let's not get too deep into that whole mess.
The Advent? The club, true, hard, yeah!
this young, or maybe
You know about?
You know Van Eyck? Good, good.
The Advent? The club, true, hardcore, yeah!
this young, or maybe
You know about?
You know Van Eyck? Wow.
the skinny.
Solo,
Oh,
Egghead to the mega, the Advent? The club, true, hardcore, hardcore to the mega. Here comes the night. The club, true, hardcore to the internally coherent. Good morning, yeah, 1, 2, 3, Yekokata, the place to be. It's the message, so listen and you will see. No illusion, the spirit is what you feel. The club, true, hardcore to internally coherent. Good morning, yeah, 1, 2, 3, Yekokata.
An intricate system.
The club, true, hardcore to the internally coherent. All car, all right, yeah. Gotta get the people going. Yeah, request. I want everybody as close to the stage as possible. The club, true, hardcore to the internally coherent. All car, all right. Gotta get the people. I'm the party boy. It's my job. Hardcore party 25/7 beyond the winter's orbit style.
There is a place far away in Cutler, beyond a certain latitude, known as Winter's Orbit, where there are 25 hours in a day. It is a tremendously cold place, abandoned to drunks and failed rock stars, full of Eternite, depression, and half-finished ski-flying hills. The Suru live there.
The club, true, hardcore, internally coherent. All car, all. Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. 2 on a track. We're close. True, hardcore, internally, all car.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime, invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah! The question is, what is the question? But there was a question? We're close. True. Hardcore, internally, all car.
He furrows.
Hard. The question is, but there was no. We're close. True. Hardcore, internally, all.
He furrows.
Hardcore. Is it though? One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life. We're close. True. Hardcore, internally, all.
He furrowed.
Hard. Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
이거였구나. 미친.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last months, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper? It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
주인공 뭐 가남 뭐 그런 게 있나? 사망 선고가 때려진 인간이라고.
Wow! Culture cop!
문화 경찰?
I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be? No! This is the answer! What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
훨씬 더 하드하게 생각해본다?
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
I know! So does mine! Uh-huh. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh. No! What? Guy! Oh yeah!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a...
I know! So yeah! No nation, but transnation! No war, but class war!
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Germania just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as fault reading.
Yeah! Reversion imperative!
Unless you were thinking Reversion imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
Hardcore superstar!
Don't be a
Yeah!
unless you were thinking that's fucked up, man. Lying like that. And a cop too. He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Palaceum. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With the rebel yell! I can be an ultra! If you want that, do you want me to be an ultra?
Please don't turn him into an ultra-liberal.
Oh, jeez. Please don't do that. There's enough exploitation in the world.
또 자유주의자가 되지마. 그 길은 너무 하드코어해.
Aye! Yeah!
내 본명이 게르만인이야? 독일놈이라는 소린가?
Dark hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Basically, yes it is.
Lungs are for love! When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the place where you hold the breath of your soul?
I think so. Highly gaily. Lungs are... Yeah! Lungs are for love! When Dolores...
Why wouldn't they be?
Love! In a woman's love... Dark chord...
Basically, yes it is.
Lungs are for love! When Dolores...
Why wouldn't they be?
I think so. Rhymes that keep their lungs... When Dolores...
Why wouldn't...
I think so.
But that's what everybody saw. Explain it as you please. But it doesn't really do to just deny it ever happened.
Alright!
논리적.
The large head...
Good morning! Yeah! Pump it up! Pump it up! Pump it up!
You know it in your lungs where the pressure should vibrate. In your heart that's alone. And in your solar plexus where the head should land. So does every caudate animal.
What? Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Van Eyck's jam.
Yeah, maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
내가 이미 산 걸
Anyway,
얘기하는 건가?
That's all yours to figure out, Copman.
Copman! Tape! Yeah! Spins the tape until the spaces. Yeah!
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, telling you about the tiny... Within seconds you know, this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape... Of course you could... Yeah, and... The B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. Gods, you have...
다른 걸 줘야겠네. 다른 걸 줘야겠어. 없냐?
Heavy wooden doors. Heavy wooden door. The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum. In the heart of the city, A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity. This is the Ream Prefect, radio computer model number RC7024, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible interim printer. The Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream Civic. Although mostly based on the same technology, the Ream Prefect is equipped with better noise attenuation circuits. As you step closer, you notice fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. This is the machine's filament memory.
마스크 깡패? 실크 스카프.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone, almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums. It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. You can hardly hear your own breathing. Your voice is barely audible, not a howl, but the softest of whimpers. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead. The silence, the darkness, they've enveloped you as in a cocoon. You cannot move anymore.
녹색 판정인데 이거? 아, 시각. 아, 이걸 실패? 스벌. 뒤로 한번 백이 있었으면 옷이라도 바꿨는데.
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin. Filled with vague shapes of woodwork, the sense of a great height. There's nothing.
눈을 깜빡인다? 이게 뭐야?
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently. The Crab Man. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry. Everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesque and a district in Jamro. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesques in Revachol. Hold on. Stop it right there. Pussy, what's with this?
쫄보? 겁먹은 게 아니라 그냥 여성의 생식기관을 왜 나약함과 관련지어 생각하는 건지 이해가 안 가서 그런다.
You really got a case of frayed nerves, pussy. And this usage comes from pusillanimous. Everybody knows that.
Oops.
Chill out, man. Here you could receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of that despair at the bottom of that bottle.
He's a born preacher. Enjoy the rhetorical flourishes, but remain vigilant. Don't let him get too close. He's crazy.
잠깐, 너무 가깝지 않은 게 어디까진데.
Giving away all of your possessions, sacrificing a limb to appease an angry god, trying to live on air and light alone, as though you were some kind of plant.
뭔 개소리야.
That's right. You've got to watch your own back. Hey, and what was that about, the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Wade. I could smell the control all the way over here. Not all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc Albino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit. Necesita parar, homie. You know what this is? It's truth, Holmes. Join me. Become one with it. A flame with the mother's love.
Wait, what does that even mean?
This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. "'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot."
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Viejita is grandma?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. H is just one of the many masks we wear. That's what I said, Holmes. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, S.A. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it. I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
성산풍.
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it. I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone. That's not really the point, I say. You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the mother, that is. Tiago's my name, by the way, though those syllables don't mean much to me. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore. That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters. This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there, a way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly. I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, at one with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
Oh, that's no simple question, I said. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. I ain't from no Marietti, if that's what you're thinking. And the song I sing is silent as the mother.
Marietti is a mesque style of music and dance, commonly seen at all manner of festivities. especially weddings. It's delightfully quaint owing to its peasant origins. He lost his cool there for a moment. Seems you hit some nerve.
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, eh? It didn't belong to me. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound. It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night? I know it will take time. Don't sweat it. I know it will take time. Don't sweat it. I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore.
잠깐, 그럼 얘 지금 알몸이라는 거야?
They look pretty dapper, actually. The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Police raid a while back. Not really, or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything. The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me. Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway. Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company. Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about that. Coffee and stale cookies.
Look, man. I'm at liberty to talk about the sacred blaze of the mother's glorious heart, but not about the coffee. Oh, hey, wait.
Coffee in the back.
아 그런데 레벨업 하면서 그런 거였네. 일종의 슈퍼스타.
The machine's keyboard, a bar of fabric, right above the keyboard, starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the ear.
Good evening. Votre accident on Saint-Brun. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
This is a human interface. A retired person sitting behind a switchboard somewhere.
The filament you have inserted into the core. That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core? If you are unsure, could you please take a look?
그거 어떻게 하는데요?
Open the hatch on the compartment. Don't touch the wires. A current is running through it, but the core is safe. There's a filament inside. I need to know what it's called. Good. Please repeat the password.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
비밀번호 모르는데요?
Received. I will register this login attempt. Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne. I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, votre accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios. Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do for you, votre accident. The company on whose name the terminal you're currently using has been registered to. One moment. Votre accident SCS produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? The one thought
That's not bad.
I wouldn't know. I'm only here for passwords. Any other? Good. Please repeat the password. No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Still no. Received. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Sleep well, Fortress accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
비밀번호? 응? 비밀번호.
Oh, hey, Wade.
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about that.
Too many times, essay. You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Don't sweat it, Vato. The password is afterlife death.
3 뒤에 죽음이?
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it. I think we're done here, Ese.
아하. 이걸 알려주네? 설마 있는데? 난 또 어디서 힌트 찾는 건 줄 알았더니.
The machine's keyboard, the speaker.
Good evening. Fortress. Good. Please repeat the password.
3 뒤에는 죽음이.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress accident. Is there anything else? Sleep.
The machine's keyboard is still. The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal.
출력물.
The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church, the door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. 6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced. 8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right. 12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m. 25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now. trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics. 28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. That disco man must be a cell. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles, crackers, ping energy drinks, water, toothpaste, gum, also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
뭐야?
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
There are no coalition military data links. And even if there was, you couldn't access them over a civilian network. That's nonsense. You're just a police officer. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything. What is it? No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper. I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager. That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. They are connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
난 또 여기서 방군이랑 교신하는 줄 알았더니 그게 아니었네.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core, the light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something. Great. You really like those questions, don't you? I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said.
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out? You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
Ah, hydro transducers. So that's what those water basins are. Devices for recording sound through water.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record. I know. No, I don't. Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Great. Thanks. No. Yes. And... I don't care. I don't care about crap men. No. Yes. And... No. You're right. No. Yes. No. You're right. I'm not. The Swallow, you mean? What about it? Great. Thanks. What? I hate it.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here. Take a guess, why don't you? I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks. The Swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks. Yes, what is it?
잠깐. 지금 인터넷 끊긴 거야? 왜? 진짜 끊겼네?
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. There she's cradled in. Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass. Snowdrifts cover the floorboards at your feet. Above, you feel her multicolored eyes on you, inspecting you. The woman looks down at you standing there. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye. Of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. That great and desperate thought passes through your mind as you stand in the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman keeps smiling a distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. In a way, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built from the ground up to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office. No, we are alone. 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world. Many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern-day Sir La Clé, also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state, a scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. It was on her advice that Irene la Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale, a costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Riel Belt. As did we all, the lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even faraway Supramuindi, altogether 21 of the 40 mundial nations of the time, immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning. In a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen. One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later, a young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else. Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves, the man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But although she's often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her Theriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity.
인터넷 돌아왔다.
suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography. But she was not hell. She is the opposite of that, the wind of paradise, stripping away the covers from the hearts of men. There you stand, below her once more, with your hands on your side, momentarily at a loss as what to do with. The mother of humanism stands above you. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both. Unknown. A motor carriage, a gunshot, someone falling into it, or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, farriers, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
잠깐 뭐야?
Below both women, in luminous black letters, après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau. After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking, a tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death. The mother of humanism towers above you, a wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
Yes, what is it?
The large-headed...
Good morning! Yeah! Pump it up! Pump it up! Pump it!
Hi again. So, how things going? Goodbye, officer. Hi again. So, how things going?
Nothing jumps out to you. Nothing out of the ordinary.
이게 실패해?
How about you get out and breathe? The air in the tent is too...
And? What happened? Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
no matter. Is he gonna be a problem?
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah!
개덥다.
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her? A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? Come on, man. Who will you trust? The spooky programmer or us? We just want to make the world a better place.
Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
A half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying.
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Yeah?
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam and into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
And you can't just evict her?
Look at you, Honor Man!
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist! Coexist!
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music? Wonderful! If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Excellent! Good luck, my friend.
A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids? The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
you still are.
What happened? I've been trying to say we need the next step in dance music to happen fast!
Shut it!
What? I have! I've said that!
The young speed freak is silent.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Make up your mind. First it's the sweat, then it's the ether.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Likely pseudoephedrine. Almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy, and so does pseudoephedrine.
What do you mean, friend? It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
No shit. That's... Come on, that's... I meant to say, not true. Fuck, man. It's difficult to get along with some people, but we're trying to make an effort. We are on a mission here.
We don't need drugs to be hardcore.
Shut the fuck up, Egg.
Climb down from the equestrian monument, cop man. Consciousness is new to the universe. We all have our ways to ease the shock.
What exactly is it you know? That's... Come... I meant to say, not true. That's... Come... It's not! What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
What do you mean by lenient?
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershall.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up. No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
This is it. Judgment time.
I knew it. It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for Nordic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance. There needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time. We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
Okay, we'll try to do it without the drugs. We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels and nothing but. I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Yes? What's... But do let us know if... Yes. What? Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water. Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
The what now? Oh.
He's like an
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Yes.
Nosafed is the shit.
Yes. What?
He nods, enthusiastic.
Goodbye, officer.
Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
뭐야? 킬레벨 제한이 6으로 상향됨? 좋은 건가?
Hi again. Goodbye, officer.
The large-headed youth has closed his...
Good morning!
Huh? I see you're here again.
Hello again. there again. I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much. You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. Okay, but I still regret it. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them? Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
The device is
와,
still
이게 돼?
warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
What is? Okay, I'll stick to it. So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer? Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to. What is it? Oh, really? So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress? Okay, so you're not that upset, it sounds like. Uh-huh. And you're sure it's social progress you're distressed about, and not, I don't know, some chick? Go ahead. It's supposed to become, like, accept that. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? liked holding little men between her fingers, remember? You have the headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. Don't be so pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for.
뭐지? 돌로레스 데이 작은 조각상을 좋아했다? 그리고 더 많은 조각상을 가져도 될 만한 여자지. 언젠가 그녀를 직접 만나게 되면 모든 조각상을 내어주도록 하자? 이 무슨 기묘한 목표인가. 하지만 우리는 이미 발걸음을 옮기고 있다. 뭔 소리야?
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work. Good.
제안.
Yes, what is it?
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
All right. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself. It's a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
She's making it extra simple for you.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Hold on. If it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on-site?
Oh god, not this again. It is not on-site. It is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front at all.
Basement? Sounds like it's technically still on-site.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored. We clear? Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. That's her name, I believe. There's this giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. It's there. Don't worry, you can't miss the bear. It's hideous. The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse, whatever that means. course not. Anyway, I don't have my keys anymore and she won't let me in. Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil. No, she literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my Rain Civic. I'm not making this up. Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic. So what I need you to do here is go have a talk with her, say that you're a policeman and need to get to the building's basement. Then bring me the offside copy. All right? Thanks. And here's my Qualsund multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offside copy, then you can keep the Qualsund.
The legendary Kvalsund multi-tool. This is Prybar version 2.0 for professionals like you.
Yes? Thanks.
뭐야? 크발순드 KR 플러스 2 멀티 2. 아니 이렇게 크다고?
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. The mother of humanism towers above you, a wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression. Why? That does the mother of human.
Hi again. So, how things go? Goodbye, officer.
The large head.
Good morning!
Huh?
scruffy-haired little boy. The scruffy-haired...
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with? I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long? Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
Tequila sunset. My jacket?
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila? Rosemary, what the fuck is Tequila talking about?
Aye, that's the jacket you stole 2 weeks ago. From the kid who was making it with his gal on the beach.
That's disgusting. I've never done anything like that in my life. You're both delusional. Found. That's medium concept stuff.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and girlfriend. I'm calling it. It's neurological.
You know what? Fine. Maybe I can pawn it for some booze.
Aye, good thinking.
Tequila.
Uncle.
There's no...
The legend. He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little...
나머지 덫이 여기 있었구만.
It takes you a moment. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Snow covers the broken stalks like a shroud, and they shimmer, ghostly, in the darkness. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song. louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again, always the cold. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here. No locust.
사실 진짜 있었나 본데? 그 대벌레가?
No phasmid either.
뭐야?
But still. Nothing. No traces of the locusts or the Insulindian phasmid. What happened? The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground. The reeds continue to hiss around you as you put the empty trap back on the ground. Time to consult the professionals, Morel and Lena. The reeds bend for the constant, distant song. You've checked all. typical Martinez streetlight sits among a sort.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can. Sure thing. Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
Wait, then it might be true, Everard's claims. People as oleaginous as Everard seem like they're lying, even when they're really being truthful.
My apologies, officer, but I have
a needle in a haystack.
Sure, man. I doubt it.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed.
Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Sure. Let me have a look. Another time, perhaps. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh, God.
Sure, man.
아니 잠깐 이미 선택했던 선택지를 또 눌러도 사기가 떨어지냐?
All the old. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold. That they do. The uniforms are precisely the same. Some even have the same shaped medals pinned to their chest.
Which ones?
Big men on big.
Yes.
They're not all blue.
Which ones?
This set of
You're probably. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. I don't like either set very much, to be honest.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here. The speakers, a pair of dedicated, only fun ultra. We're the future. You remember the slogan from some...
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. That's right, officer. No way! No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale. You do, officer, you do. Remember, we don't have to resort to socialism. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. No, officer. Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first.
아니 50달러야. 그럼 50달러 50센트로 사라는 소리 아니야.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that.
You find the book.
Economical, but oh, haven't you heard, officer? Very cool. Haven't you heard, officer? Look, is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? Too bad, officer. Kids make it all. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100. These are all first-rate sunglasses. Everything's still cool here, officer. Tapes? You mean like music tapes? No, music is out. Don't listen to music. I sell extremely cool sunglasses if you want to get your mojo going. Tapes? Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. Kids throw them in the trees. There's one in the bushes, right behind this lorry. No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic sunglasses in the bushes, mister.
You should have a look. It's better than nothing.
아하, 이렇게 단서를 또 찾네. 뻥꿀.
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze. Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102, underneath a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant. The bronze ribbon twists around and within the branches in an intricately natural pattern. But there's something. There's a twisted logic in this mess. You see the ends of the ribbon, the way it flows, how it twists and turns. It's all starting to make sense. It'll be easier to remove now.
엿먹어 자연. 뭐야?
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it so that you could hear what's on the tape. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this. Patting the gnarled hawthorn.
로이. 저렇게 꼬인 테이프를 가능한가? 실제로?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. You mean re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty worthless.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
No, it's different. Those film tapes actually mean something to me. But this is just a worthless bundle of old tape. Huh? What do you mean?
해안가 쪽 오래된 교회 아나?
Yes. What about it? Is it any good? The music, I mean. Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
Yeah, my pleasure. I do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility, okay?
왜 비어있는 카세트 케이스가 더 비싸냐?
Still here, stuck in this damn jam.
아니 이거 벗어가지고 쉣.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
In his eyes,
이게 성공해?
our familiar longing, flecks of brown and gold. It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon.
남서쪽에는 뭐가 있지?
Excuse me?
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know?
아, 나 이거 그 뭐야 채팅창 뭐야 지금 봤다 님들. 저번에 엘들링 한 것 마냥 이거 뭐 오류 나가지고.
I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home. Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much, on another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows.
근데 이렇게 보니까 치즈직 채팅창 뭔가 좀 병신 같냐?
What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Cop Man? You missing someone?
No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
You lost your gun. Oh man, that's bad news. Especially here in Martinez. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone. And I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles. Oh, high-grade narco.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, they usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident.
The man.
It's like
going on strike would probably...
anything else. Us lorry... not my thing.
He tries his best.
사람이 더 많아진 것 같냐?
I've got nothing to say to you. What are we? The Union? If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
황무정.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
덥다. 정말 덥다.
It's great to see you again.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mexican origin. The pin is an antique, quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important. There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
이 새는 미어긴 동물 중 하나인가요?
No, it's the cryptid. Oh, yes. The eight-eyed Teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11.5 meters. It was thought to have gone extinct 3,500 years ago. Some even doubted the fossils were real. A mutation, they said. Until...
Mutation? All of evolution is a mutation.
Until it was cited by renowned Gotvaldian explorer and naturalist Uwe Plattenkalk in 21.
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own catalogue comes up completely empty. But, of course, you are not all-knowing.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrau Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Dr. Plattenkalk got separated from his group during a sandstorm. Alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't stepped foot in over 1,000 years, since the fall of Pericarnassus. He was lost, without any navigation equipment and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noon sky. A great black bird. It seemed gargantuan. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uwe got there, the Teratorn had taken off already, and the carcass was picked clean. This happened many times. More like he followed it. A bird that big has many liters of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Plattenkalk followed the Teratorn until they reached a great canyon wall, where the bird finally landed to rest. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black pile of feathers on the perch. So he approached, slowly squeezing the rock in his fist.
Watch out.
Then, the Teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider. And the man couldn't move. He was paralyzed, frozen into place with the rock in his hand. Whatever he did, he could not get closer to the bird. The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uwe spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away. The 8-eyed Teratorn was indifferent to him, as long as he didn't get closer than 2 steps. It even let him feed on some carcasses up there, and the 2 unfertilized eggs it left behind. Absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since, but Wamrau is vast, mysterious, and holds many secrets.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Ilmara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Pericarnassian imperial eagle, an ancient heraldic symbol that is hard to pass off as coincidence. The imperial eagle, too, had 8 eyes.
Not really. It's just stylization. The way they drew eyes. It's not a zoological drawing.
Very, very hard.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids. So, what else do you want to know?
뽕밥이야. 존나 많아.
That would be the giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes. No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable. That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners. I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are in any way inferior to us. In some ways, they are superior. Every species has its advantages and disadvantages. The kind green ape, too, is in some ways superior to us. Such kindness as it is demonstrated is not common among humans. Granted, kindness may not be an evolutionary advantage. What an interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are. The call de mama d'aqua, or thin whisper of sound. And that's precisely what it seems to be. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. It's very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
Call de mama d'aqua can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
Yes, that's another translation. They're both quite lovely, aren't they?
좀 말하는 게 살짝 광신도 같냐?
Although the low part is a little ironic. The Col de Mamadaqua makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched
살짝 그거
sound
보는
that
것
other
같다.
animals,
90년대,
including humans, can't hear
2000년대
it.
초
It could be
대한민국에서
everywhere all of the time,
UFO
and we
봤다
wouldn't
그런
know.
거. 응? 그치? 화질은 존나 구지고, 외계인을 봤다, 용을 봤다, 대충 징그럽시고 내놓는 게 다 흐려.
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory. It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights. Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds. The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic
고운 소리로
frequencies,
우는 새가
even
명금이야?
higher than those of the highest pitched bat calls. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mamadaqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them. Sequester, Time, Joscan, those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction. They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadaquas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear? Psst.
They cancel each other out. Psst.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
Great regret washes over her, a wending cloth.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Col de Mamadaqua population anywhere. What about what? Of course, dear. Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
Measuring things is important. How did she get the size?
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden... I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood. Betancourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near, circa 20 kilometers from here.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds. I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there, knee-deep in mud, looking around me. I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys, that sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
아니 5살 반짜리들이 데이트했단 말이야?
Our first, yes.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him. Interesting.
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
What if it is the case?
지금 서울에서 바나나가 열린다는데? 그 정도야? 지금이 어제보다는 덜 덥거든요?
How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here. What makes it a confirmed sighting? She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
우리나라 날씨도 이제 동남아처럼 엄청 뜨거워지려나?
So she couldn't have made it up or imagined it.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insul Indian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
몇 달 뒤면 50도다. 항상 여름인 곳이랑 비교하면은 그렇긴 하겠다. 그렇긴 하겠다.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one.
항상 덥진 않으니까.
Such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own. Into the mud. Anywhere. He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
It just means the Insul Indian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
이러다가 진짜 있는 건가? 근데 만약에 이러다가 없으면은 얼마나 절망적일까?
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct them.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
이거 일부러 희망 주려고 좀 허술하게 만든 거 아니야? 함정? 남편이? 아니겠지?
Another trip to the reeds.
I appreciate your concern, officer, but please leave this to the experts.
You're jabbing at the soft underbelly of his psyche. He realizes he's gotten defensive.
Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft?
모래를 모욕했음. 방금 그게 아, 에반데?
But nothing you can form into a
아니,
viable
83%인데?
explanation.
메뚜기들이 자기 자신을 먹어치운 건 아닐까요?
Auto-cannibalistic locusts. I appreciate your unconventional thinking, officer. But really, cryptids aren't your area of expertise.
It's okay, dear. Most hypotheses turn out to be false.
Hello, Lane.
83%인데 이걸 실패.
Oh, hello, sweetie.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law.
Can I help you?
가르트 소용돌이를 위해 새로운 새를 찾았어.
What is this thing?
나 이런 경찰이야.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
쓸 사람이 없으면 음향 장비를 뭐하러 둔 거지?
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
노래 대참사?
A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
응? 어떤 놈이 노래를 부르려 했는데 누가 거기서 총 쐈나?
It's not for bands, it's for clients. Some clients, okay? Not you.
그래 조까. 그러면 그냥 조시나 까라고. 까라고. 나도 손님이고 빚도 다 갚았어. 그러니 이 노래방 기계를 사용할 권리가 있다고.
Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
He's lying, but whatever. You don't really need his lame tracks.
그건 문제가 없어. 내 테이프를 가지고 왔으니까.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself.
Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting?
여기서 20레알 버리면 뭔가 좀 손해니까. 그 어디야? 해안가로 가자. 여기서 20달러를 버린다는 게 내면 세계 의욕? 저녁에 무대 서기. 이거는 키라츠키 있을 때 합시다. 키라츠키가 없어가지고.
It's getting late, and it's... An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
할인 미소? 전기화. 양심의 왕국은 근데 뭐야?
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something soft yet crinkly.
뭐지? 물건을 꺼낸다.
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar. Not familiar in a good way, you might say. There's pain in there somewhere. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
살구맛 껌 포장지? 어느 노동자의 청바지 주머니에서 찾은 반짝이는 껌 포장지. 아주 옅은 살구향이 나고 입에 침이 고인다.
A crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads, Tutti Frutti. It smells faintly of apricots with a barely noticeable twinge of cinnamon. You feel compelled to point out that there's nothing fruity about cinnamon. It's a spice derived from tree bark. Can a used wrapper shrug? Seems like that's what the wrapper is doing somehow. This is not about flowers or bark. What is this about? Why are you looking at this wrapper? Good question. There is no answer or secret phrase written on the inside of the wrapper, yet you're drawn to it. Drawn by regret. Stop before you hurt yourself with a Tutti Frutti wrapper. Throw it away, please. You carefully fold the wrapper into a square before putting it back into your pocket, lovingly even, despite the strange feeling of regret. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with, still not happening. It won't come off that easy. bed is comforting. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound.
아이, 더
The
이상한데?
surface underneath the beard feels tender. The air brushing against it.
아니, 이 미친 살인 미소를 좀 없애야 돼.
They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost look like a professional. The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark.
나 여기서 그
You're
원시파
one fine instrument, brother.
이 원시파
All
충류 뇌는
those
뭘
faces
의미하는
and
거야?
all those names. All that laughter and screaming.
주인공
and
뇌를
screaming
타는 건가?
around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
No, you're spinning tapes at the discotheque. The great unceasing disco of the mind. The flash, the bang, the endless learning experience. On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, the plotted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
All stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
It's too late. You're not made of nothing anymore. You're something now, Harry. I tried to drown you in the black water, but you re-emerged, kicking and screaming, running. And for what?
For the money, baby.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
You sure you could be closing the door on a brilliant and special future for yourself?
Did you hear that? He's renouncing politics. He's strictly business now.
Just another thoughtless vessel, plowing the grey seas of every day.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
그러니까 무슨 말인 걸까? 무슨 소리를 하는 걸까? 얘들은.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not accustomed to it. 옴티돔티돔 센터 15번째 도착기요. 손가락 상권 총 9mm? 왜 여기 있어? 키라스키.
Yes?
그러니까 면도했어.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps.
뭔데? 말해도 돼, 캠.
I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the.
덥수룩한 구렛나루랑 수염이 살인 미소를 가려주고 있었는데 없어서 족같다라는 건가?
Either way, good on you. You were saying? What do you want to know?
이제 현장을 조사해봤으니 내가 말한 찌질한 경쟁에 대해 좀 들어봐야겠어.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
어떤 종류의 한심한 일이길래?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here, and now it's come to its natural conclusion. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary, somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are 2 columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills. The rows are endless. Jean Vicmer, Judith Minot, a special consultant. What was his name? Then the rows degrade into green nothingness.
Yes, I'm an unrepentant spoilsport.
확실히 근데 이 게임에서 음악은 잘 만들었다. 분위기가 잘 살아있어. 게임 음악은 잘 만들었어.
Well, technically, the official record keeper has been known to double count murder-suicides.
가끔 나오? 영화도 같이 보면 좋대요? 브랜드 피자 가게야? 이건 좀 재밌어 보인다? 근데 왜 영화는 그딴 식으로 만들었지? 감독 역량이지, 그치? 이건 근데 좀 재밌어 보이긴 한다, 진짜로. 프레드 피자 가게를 친구가 하는 거 옆에서만 보긴 했는데 싫어하진 않거든요, 게임 자체는. 이것도 재밌어 보인다. 근데 왜 영화는 진짜 그딴 식으로 만들었지?
A common accounting gimmick used to inflate precinct stats.
I'm good enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came because I had to.
키라츠키
My fellow officers, the
그
sergeants
다음날
in particular,
그
would have
뭐야.
made this scene into a circus.
키라츠키가 그거였어. 시체 인계한다고 관할에서 한번 다녀온다 했다. 해서 하루 조사 끝나고 그 다음날 존나 빠르게 옴. 그렇게 생각하면 돼요. 결국에는 시체만 조사하고 끝나는 게 아니고 노동조합 대표인 에브라트 체포하는 게 목표겠죠? 아마?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist. I bet you do. The 41st is known to kill people. Often.
면밀주의와 정확함을 갖췄을 때만 공권력에 의한 사살을 진행할 거야.
If you could only find your gun. Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not, we should move. Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
로이의 자살 언급은 뭐야? 논리.
Yes?
97%인데 실패한다? 말이 안 돼.
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
킴, 혹시 내가 병신이라서 파견된 거라면? 그러니까 장난으로 날 보낸 거라면?
I've considered it.
그럼 맞는 거네.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
왜 그렇게 생각하지?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
그러면 자네도 나를 유능한 녀석으로 보는 건가?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
No response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
A moment passes.
지도를 먹어야 되는데.
Our tenant, the policeman.
Waves are beginning to die down.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
파도가 그쪽이랑 무슨 상관인데?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer? Oh? Who? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? That's great. Until then, you should maybe start thinking about the funeral.
Sire, she doth not believe it wasn't you.
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. And why so? Our things are part of our life world. They're made with human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gotvaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
이 여인은 다른 술꾼과 데이트를 원하는 것 같다. 절실하게. 헉! 제안. 나중에 다시 오자. 음악은 참 잘 만들었어.
There's nothing else.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
뭐냐? 10 호모 새끼? 무자비한 동력마차군. 등 뒤에 10 호모 새끼라는 글씨가 쓰여있는 젊은 남자가 말한다.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
세상과 족가라는 간단하면서도 우아한 슬로건이 쓰인 옷을 입은 남자가 있다.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
껄이 뭐야? 해골?
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
껄이 누군데?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
그래, 진짜 모른다.
The skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
최고로 잔인한 갱단?
Besmatine, or the Besmati, the Immortals, are West River Sholian crime syndicates.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive. Murder? Murder? Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
나랑 장난하자는 거냐? 나는 법 그 자체라고.
He was hanged from a tree.
법률의 심판자.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Ah, this sounds like epistemology, a field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself.
내가 좆도 모른다는 건 알겠군.
Exactly. How can one know shit? For example, how can one be sure that there truly is a body hanging behind a hostel?
What if it's art? Or just a mere specter?
No reply. The blonde rebel scratches his chin.
Murder? Yeah.
Also, he was hanged.
Yeah.
These punks.
Hey.
Ah, this sounds...
Sure.
Murder? Yeah.
Also, he was hanged. He was...
Yeah.
These punks.
Hey.
Ah, this sounds like...
What if it's art? Or... So what do you think we know?
너 내 스컬 신디라고 알아?
Oh yeah. Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah. A true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
For all their nihilistic posturing, These young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
왜 그 조직이 너희를 받아줄 거라 생각하지?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
Ah, you'll see for sure once we're in. It's the last thing you'll ever see before the void consumes you.
Throw him off his game.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're only saying practice things for now, so we don't mean no harm to the Skulls brand, or to you.
This is definitely something the Skulls would say, but we're not trying to encroach on the Skulls brand in any way. On the contrary, we're just here to market it.
그래서 너는 그냥 스컬처럼 험악하고 악랄한 척을 하고 있다는 거지?
Hey, we could be just as hard. Like pavement on top of pavement, or a brick on top of another brick.
Or a grave on top of a grave.
These kids have the vocabulary, but might be missing a brain.
머리가 없는 것 같군.
Wouldn't a grave on top of a grave be just a big hole? What's hard about holes? Filling them up, baby.
왜 마르티네즈에는 스컬이 더 없는 거지?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
아, 네, 어떻게 보면 여기 노동조합에서는 이제 여기 노동조합이 거의 장악하다시피 하니까 그런 건가?
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Oh man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
Be wary of the abyss.
Probably because of how non-verbal their mode of operation is going to be. It's a threat. But I don't. In fact, I dislike them so much I'm willing to drag you boys back to the station just to calm myself down.
Hey, there's no need for that. We're just talking here. Joking too.
Yeah. Didn't you cops like... Mm-hmm.
이게 밖이 더 시원해. 지금 내 방이 더운 거였어.
That ride is
Hey, piss.
What about them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message. What I mean by this is, we are all piss and that the world is inherently meaningless.
그러니까 우리 전부가 다 쉽 게이라는 거야?
Though he seemed lacking in vocabulary, it seems that the young man has expertise in at least one field, even if it's rather narrow.
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though, you get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point. Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops?
여기 두 벌의 나쁜 놈 재킷이 나쁜 놈의 재킷이 있고 두 명의 나쁜 형사놈이 있는데 과연 우연일까? 이 박힘?
Yes?
자네는 이게 우연이라 생각하나?
What is?
우리는 두 명이고 재킷도 두 명이지.
What are you implying?
자네는 어느 걸 입겠나? 아 뺏겠다는 거야?
I'm not sure I understand you, detective. Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements. Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
아 내놓으라 할 수 있네. 적색이고 고아니. MZ는 호모라는 단어 쓰냐고요? 호모 뜻 자체가 게이잖아. 게이라는 단어 많이 쓰겠지. 근데 이건 MZ를 떠나서 그냥 다 쓰지 않나요? 게이는? 아님 말고. 내 친구가 내 친구가 가끔씩 나한테 내 친구가 가끔 나한테 이 게이년아 하잖아. 뭐 그런 거지.
That ride is.
Hey, piss.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox. As you tap,
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlight.
the white suede feels your fingers waste no time closing around the handle. You feel an uninterrupted connection to the mechanics. After a while, you realize silence is your only answer. Do what you will with it. Of course it's only in your head. Of course it is. But it almost feels as if the clutch handle is gently squeezing back. The smell of freshly treated leather. The lack of dirt and dust on the dashboard.
그래도 어제보단 덜 덥다 오늘이. 뭔가 그렇게 느껴지지 않아요? 어제는 이 시간까지도 33도 막 그랬거든? 32도? 지금 막 30도도 안 돼가지고. 뭐지? 살짝 그건가? 그 추운 겨울날 집에 밖에서 벌벌 떨고 냉장고 열었는데 상대적 따뜻함 그런 걸까?
I'm good.
그치.
Cherished and cared for in the hands of a tending owner.
겨우 몇 도 떨어졌다고 지금 더위가 별로 안 더운데 내 머리카락 보니까 개서워?
At the bottom of the
왜?
sea. So strange. The machine is not on the bottom of the sea at
28도가
all.
킹만한
It's right
온도가
in front
되다니.
of
근데
you.
옛날 같았으면
Well kept.
28도여도
Why did it say that?
딱 에어컨 틀고 선풍기 틀고 죽겠다 이랬을 것 같기는 한데 참 웃기지 않아? 어제가 진짜 존나 더웠어. 머리띠를 묶자고? 나 그 머리 거 넘길까 생각 중이에요. 나 지금 머리띠가 없어서 그런 거긴 한데 머리띠 사가지고 그냥 올백 할까? 그 상태로 더 길러도 될 것 같거든요.
The handle is pulled back. Somewhere deep inside the drivetrain, the disc is mated to the flywheel again. In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel
밖에
preheated
머리띠하고
gauge.
나가면 밖에 나갈 땐 머리띠 상에 풀러야지. 그리고 어차피 난 밖에 나갈 일이 거의 없죠. 나 근데 그 머리가 이제 다 길렀다고 가정했을 때 잘라야 되잖아 헤어스타일을. 어떻게 할까?
This is precinct 57. How may I assist you?
그치? 어떻게 잘라야 될까? 상투 틀자? 아이 뭘 상투야.
Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt sur la clé in
앞머리 더 긴 다음에 뒤로 넘기는 게 낫겠죠? 이러면은 구렛나루랑 뒷머리를 상고로 밀고 딱 밀고 넘길까?
It was part of a special order for Corps de
애매하네.
Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Iranian pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Semenine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued. The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Trinell, and the one before it was Downwell. I think they may be the same contractor.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though. Sure. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then. Not yet. But I was able to convince the database people to share private sector
내일
information.
다시 봐야 돼?
They promised to get back to me by tomorrow morning. Do you have any other questions? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4. 10-4, I know I already wrote it in a report, but it will stay on my desk for a few days. Over.
이거 근데
Roger that. 10-10.
지도를 받아야 될 것 같은데 왜 지도 그치 나중에 받나? 지금 나 이 게임 한 30시간 이상인가 했거든요? 아직까지 미니맵이 없다니 그치
Now it's turning into a
30시간 정도 했는데 미니맵이 없다니 그게 레전드네.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito, bullet holes, and an RCM, but the documents inside the envelope still lack the required signatures.
It's not going to be that easy. We need to
진행도 몇 퍼냐고요?
with the signatures.
진행도 몇 퍼인지
I
볼 수
assume
있음?
that's the goal here.
진행도가 몇 퍼인지 난 모르겠다. 지금 내가 미니맵을 받지를 못했거든? 내가 볼 때 이게 미니맵이야. 왜냐면 지도 정보 미확보로 뜨잖아. 이게 분명 미니맵인데 이걸 분명히 웬만한 게임들은 다 초반에 줄 거 아니야. 초반에. 근데 아직까지 이걸 못 먹었다는 건 둘 중 하나야. 내가 그 어떤 걸 놓쳤다는 거 아니면 아직도 초반이다. 아직도 초반 구간이라서 내가 이걸 못 받은 거지. 그치. 플레이 타임 시간 50시 나 구라 한 70시간 할 것 같아요. 나 지금 이게 몇 시간 하고 있냐면은 이거 32시간 찍혀 있거든. 이거 게임 끄면은 시간이 축적될 거란 말이야. 한 오늘 기준으로 40시간 할 것 같은데. 중요한 건 난 아직 3분의 1도 못 깬 것 같아. 내 생각이지만.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
타르마 좀 볼래 쿠노?
Put it away. The information here isn't worth it.
Back off, fuck eyes! Kuno is a man. Kuno can smoke if he wants.
봤어 킴? 쿠노는 다큰 소년이라고.
Man!
쿠노 근데 좁혀고 싶다. 생긴 거.
Okay, Porkson. Talk keeps Kuno sharp. Helps Kuno think. Kuno likes that brain boost shit. We're cool now, but don't be pulling this shit on Kuno, or Kuno's gonna have to beat the shit out of you again.
Historical revisionism has taken place.
팔포.
Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a king. Fuck no.
Belying the act, we need to befriend him first.
전설적.
Kuno doesn't.
되냐 이거 근데?
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
자 이렇게 하고 다음 퀘스트가 저주받은 상업지구에서 대형 얼음 곰 냉장고 여긴가?
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta. Silence. Nothing. So this button looks new.
This button looks new.
아 이거 도서관 먼저 들릴라 했나?
Hello again, esteemed off.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of summoning trinkets and
92%인데
charms.
성공할 리가?
Appears
아
to
실패할
be
리가? 와 92%인데 이걸 실패? 아니 말이 안 되잖아.
You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame.
움직이지 않는
It's
물체
going to
5번
take
때리기.
one more try to break.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
설마 이번에도? 아, 됐다. 아니 92%인데 말이 안 되잖아.
What is this place?
이건 여긴 장막 너머 지하택이야. 체육관 같은데.
Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a faint beam of daylight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark.
오랫동안 아무도 오지 않았던 이유가 있다면?
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
투프항공? 아 이거 주면 되겠다. 노인들한테.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them.
네, 킴 키라스키 입장에서는 어이없겠다. 선화 중에서 왜 이 새끼가 이걸 들지? 하고, 그치?
There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
킴, 함정이야. 바벨에 고정핀이 없군.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
물리적 수단. 아니 이게 되게 많은 걸 요구하냐? 능력치가, 그치? 아, 여기로 갈 수 있구나. 데미존? 이제 좀 수사다운 걸 하네? 그러니까 30시간 지났는데. 드디어. 3달러.
A dusty radio computer sleeps on its wired frame, forgotten and unused. Its keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
Another radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind? This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
It's your call. You're in charge of this expedition, officer.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
This is where the memory should go.
Nothing happens. Something's missing. There's no tape in the player. Nothing happens. Nothing. Something's...
제작 일정, 필라멘트 기억 장치. 아 이거 달라 했나? 50달러네.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural.
이거 엘프 아님?
Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however. It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged.
완전 파시스트인데? 그치? 모든 비웰킨 종족은 수평되어야 한다.
The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
여기서 월킨은 엘프를 말하는 건가?
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
저들 중 하나는 웰킨 우월주의자야.
Mm-hmm. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too. Just look at those details. So much effort.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. Your eyes glide over 4 sections of the imposing green chalkboard. This, it look minimi, stands for a, as time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, See the prod schedule filament for details. The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, Tune out, Wirral Untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe. The full text reads, Heat Death of the Universe is the new black. Another note says, the biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles, very pesantic. History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too, sparse and cryptic. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap. Someone very important.
게임 마스터면 GM 말하는 건가, 그치?
The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Il Mara. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God, it's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Okay, what do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, I got that. What I meant was, what were they trying to achieve with this damn game? What were their ambitions? Because this here looks rather advanced.
This is way above your tiny little policeman head.
Okay, well, I think.
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games, only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers. Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein.
날씨 미쳤나봐.
Places with industry.
더운 건 매한가지다 근데.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
에? 뭐야?
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly.
아, 만약에 시체 보내기 전에 처음에 여기 그 한번 바로 들어왔으면은 여기에다 시체 넣을 수 있었겠다. 까비.
This must be the giant ice bear fridge that Suna mentioned. Look inside. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. But where's the filament memory? It's not here. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Someone must have taken it. What does the note say? Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, The bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
거대한 얼음곰 냉장고에서 찾은 손글씨 쪽지이다. 이것은 냉장고 문에 붙이고 있던 과일 모양 주방용 자석 자국이 아직도 남아있다.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Suliswaf.
나 필라멘트 기억 장치 이미 먹었잖아, 그렇지?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs, rummaging around.
에?
You find rusty rifles hidden away.
아니 왜 여기서 AK-47이 나와? 킴, 소총이야.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
깔끔한 목재 개머리판이 달린 볼트 액션, 모신인가?
An old Belmagrave rifle, Revolutionary era, prized for its reliability more than its accuracy. The rest are probably Belmagraves too, just too damaged to be sure.
소총을 챙긴다.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
여긴 뭘까?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
와 이거 뭔가 그 폴아웃에서 나올 것 같은 종이냐? 진짜 조잡하네. 세월이 지나 손상된 벨 마그레브 소총입니다. 목재로 만들어진 볼트 액션 군용 소총으로 네 발을 장전할 수 있다.
A few bricks of This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here, or something stronger, like Kvalsund KR2 multi-tool.
이걸 위해 준 거구나.
Didn't Sona give you a perfect tool for this kind of job? The Kvalsund. You should take it out.
Equip the multi-tool by going to the...
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
물리적 수단, 영웅적 15 뭐야?
This orange machine is buzzing. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly... This orange machine is... Only the black cake, something close to you, dies with...
Very smart. Opening the lid should be much easier after the ice cream maker has defrosted.
천재인가 나는.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice...
정신 나간 망사 민소매? 아, 뭐 이게 이렇게 이어져?
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
킴 이게 뭐지?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs. The echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying or what's producing them.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. No, that would be stupid. A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
잠깐. 야, 이렇게 보면 이 게임 자체 함정 질문이 존나 많다. 어이가 없네. 어? 야, 몸만 하면 막 죽겠는데? 잘못하면?
The bear's eyes are dead and empty.
Good question. I know. At least
the fridge are friendly. The paper still smells. Both cables are unplugged. This orange machine is dead.
잠깐, 나 물리적 수단 올릴 게 이렇게 없었나?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. Ice groans
오,
and
이걸
howls
성공해?
under the strain of your giant Gewalzund multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side. You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding, careful not to damage it.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen Kilda as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs.
사실 근데 얘네 방군이었다는 거 아니겠지? 그치? 짜잔, 사실 이 녀석들은 방군이었습니다 는 아니겠지?
The bear's eyes are dead and empty. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good morning. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password. Good. I've unlocked the production schedule. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
아, 이게 여기 먼저 오면은 비번을 모르니까 이걸 먹어도 쓸 수가 없었겠다.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard. With a quiet determination, the printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface.
출력물을 읽는다?
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game.
이게 겉으로 드러나는 건 게임 제작이었지만 사실은 방군이었다 뭐 그런 거 아니겠지? 그치?
The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule. In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Riyal, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Riyal, with only half of the game finished. Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor. Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
라디오 게임 제작에 왜 이렇게 많은 아티스트가 필요하지?
It didn't.
그렇게 많은 원화가가 필요 없다고?
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules. One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good. The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy. Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers, with their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches. It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't. No, even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
Oh?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Sulisław Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor. The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again. So many, the last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined. Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
뭐야? 계속해봐.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest. What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop? And that's it. Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss. On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very
독한
end
게임,
where
그치?
things get fuzzy and
여기
dark.
근데
where
초반
tables
부분이지.
and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness.
여기 초반
before
부분
the
같은데
Egalian
이래도.
investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian
몰래?
Lintel front,
Okay.
just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day. When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss. Mysteriously enough, it seems that the offsite copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the offsite copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached. S. Luukinen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal. That's not what her colleagues thought. She's right, actually. Nothing wrong with keeping this type of filament memory in a fridge. The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later. 4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez. All of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye.
800m 생브룬의 1147?
Saint-Brun 1147. That's what the street sign next to the church said. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. The filament slides out of its glowing nest like a smooth draw. The filament slides into place. On the speaker comes.
Good morning. Fortress Accident en rue de Saint-Gazelle. Please repeat. Is this the offsite copy? Good. Please repeat the password. No, that's not it.
Maybe it's the second part of the leitmotif you saw on the stained glass window.
죽음 뒤에 다시 삶이.
Good. I've unlocked the offsite copy.
아 이게 원래 다른 게임들은 막 편지 같은데 막 숫자 같은 게 막 써있던지 막 그러잖아. 여기는 막 주변 사물 다 상호작용 안 하면은 뭐 풀어낼 수가 없냐?
Ka-ching.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Casting, it sounds like something cracks before the piece of paper starts filling up with pure black ink. Something's broken. Machines aren't supposed to behave like this. The paper is soaked with ink. Its monochrome darkness spanning from margin to margin. It's not possible to make out any information.
Odd. Something is obviously broken here.
Tiles on the cube are still.
시각?
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. It sounds like something's broken. Machines on the paper is soaked with ink. It's monochrome darkness spanning from margin to margin. It's not possible to make out any information. Tiles on the cube.
시각 지각? 이거 맞지 않나? 왜 72에서 그대로지? 아니 이거 올라간 건가? 아 지각.
Tiles on the cube. It sounds like something cracks. Something's broken. The paper is soaked with ink. It's just
Wow!
black upon black. Nothing to tiles on the cube. It sounds like something cracks. Something's broken. Machines aren't supposed to behave like this.
아니 이걸 실패하네.
Tiles on the cube. The filament slides out of its glowing. An iron safety curtain.
92%였는데 그치?
Folded like a
이걸 실패?
bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from here. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing. Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now.
아니 이게 진짜 소름 끼친다 게임이.
There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there. Maybe we should ask the lady in the bookstore what's going on here.
방심하면 그냥 몇 번이고 죽겠는데? 라델타 51년?
The barbell waits patiently on.
broke down. The back door. The wards. The door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop. I suppose it's all over now. I guess there's no escape. Just a door? This place is cursed, Detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look at the sheer amount of companies that have failed in this house. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well.
Host Almighty, she prays, guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the door. Blessed be your name.
Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman. All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. We are set on the path. There's little else to do.
순순히 보내주네.
Her facade has dropped. Now you see the curiosity behind the fear.
But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity? You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped energy must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you see that she lives inside the chimney? Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains upstairs. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you could yell into it or something. Make some noise. You'll think of something. You always do.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits. The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy. Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy, and their malicious spirits are still here, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
악의 망령은 나쁜 가게 운영 방법과 실망스러운 매출 상태를 먹고 자라며 아직도 여기 남아있다. 아니 그럼 반대로 사업에 그 도서 사업에 기질이 없는 거 아니야?
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here. It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear it's not enough. Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people. Doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no customers around except you.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid. Discount my wares? I can see, sir, that you don't value books very highly.
할인이라는 거 자체가 가치가 없기 때문에 할인하는 게 아니지 않나? 가치가 없으니까 할인한다고 봐야 되는 건가? 모르겠네.
Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of doom. Oh, there are new...
Desert doesn't seem like the spell is working.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid. My voice is trained to perfection by true sales professionals, good sir. I paid good money for those courses. Too much money, even. Perhaps I should have bought some wards instead. Oh, there are numerous...
Desert doesn't seem like the spell is working.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what... You're right. A bookstore wasn't even my original plan. I actually wanted to sell esoteric paraphernalia to help to balance out this neighborhood's dark energies. My husband suggested otherwise. He said it's less stupid, more appropriate, cultured and all that. But being cultured doesn't offer any protection against the curse, does it? Maybe I shouldn't have... Oh, there are new...
Desert doesn't seem like the spell.
Sir, I am well educated. You're right. A bookstore wasn't even my... Well, my husband would definitely agree with you. He's the one who suggested selling books. Less stupid, he said. More cultured. But being cultured doesn't offer any protection against the... Oh, there are numerous...
Desert pygmy doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no customers around except you.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and... Sir, this is a bookstore, not a strip club. No one would take us seriously if we put up some horrendous neon lights. Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of doom. They can sense the desperation, you know. Yes, the Simonese are very crafty and their wards are extremely powerful. Lesser wards simply won't do here.
The woman looks aloof.
살짝 이 미신을 믿는 이 토테미즘 볼 때마다 화가 나. 진짜로. 아, 이거 손전등이 없으면 앞으로 나아가질 못하는구나.
As before, this is directly above the central furnace. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then...
Hello?
내가 이 저주받은 상업지구의 유령을 소환한다. 응답하라 영혼이요.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
이게 텍스트가 좀 고봉밥인 거 빼면은 좀 괜찮았을 것 같긴 한데. 게임 자체는 괜찮거든? 뭔가 좀 막 어느 정도 이제 사건이 해결되면은 막 서로 연관되고 맞물려가지고. 그건 뭐야?
Hello, I'm Nia.
주사위 제작자? 팔배속으로 엔딩 봤대?
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
잠깐, 밀리우가 뭡니까?
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
주사위?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there is any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
어쩌다가 주사위 제작자가 되었죠?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
롤플레잉 게임을 좋아하십니까?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. How about an amber dye?
호박이라면 빈자의 금을 말하는 겁니까? 빈자의 금?
Who told you amber was cheap? It's beautiful, really, and has been treasured since the ancient times. For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from a piece of amber with a fossilized insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let go of their past.
과거에서 벗어나지 못한 사람에겐 제격이죠.
I had a feeling. Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
근데 우린 지금 어디에 있는 거죠? 여긴 대체 어딥니까?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
세입자들에게 무슨 일이라도 있었나? 한 명도 안 보인다.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
여기 미용실이 있었습니까?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's not about the haircut, it's about the confidence.
You're right. It looks like you haven't let anyone near your hair in a long time.
체육관에 무슨 일이 있었죠?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
아르테미텝이 누구죠?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
딱 쿠노에게 필요한 체육관이군. 지역 사회의 중심의 복싱 클럽이라.
Kuno. Who's Kuno?
쿠노가 누구인가? 당신도 잘 알 거라 생각합니다.
Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
효과가 있었나요?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
창문이 깨져 있던데 무슨 일이 있었던 겁니까?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milieux. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
아니 여기는 뭐 다 죄다 이상한 놈이 막 살고 있냐? 그치?
Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years until the insect rights activists came.
아니 패션 작업실인데 곤충 관리 운동가랑 뭔 상관이야?
The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings.
아, 그래서 당신이 쓰고 있는 그 밀랍 인형 같은 거는 수많은 곤충을 죽인다 뭐 그런 거야?
And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Actually, insects do have brains, but yes, I understand what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Anything else?
로터 블레이드랑 스키가 있던데.
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashkor or wherever he is. Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around.
They were just props. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
이상한 기계를 발견했다.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules. The usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
That's what I thought. Because when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep up new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time. Still, not everyone is going to make it. That's the nature of the game.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revershow ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed, what were the other ideas?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravenshaw Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Class A 5000. Class A 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the berries costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
메가테리온?
Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
아니 그냥 이 땅 자체가 저주받았나 본데?
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. I don't, officer. You should stay away from drugs and vision beasts. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Little sparkling embers under the window.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
이 건물에 구내 전화를 발견했는데 작동하지 않더군요.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the wording from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds. Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an
늦었습니다.
ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick track, especially pinball.
유행에 휩쓸려서 사업을 하지 말래요. 맞는 말이긴 해. 탕후루, 마라탕. 응? 요즘 뭐 다 줄줄이. 응?
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Oh, right. But did this person say anything? Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or... Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. Why would Slipstream SEA have a 100-year-old recording as their doorbell message? Doesn't make any sense. I'm still convinced it was nothing more than some elaborate prank.
My money is on electrical anomaly. I've heard of these, especially in an old building like this.
Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure. I'm good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? Alright, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity? Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
A gust of
와,
cold
이게 돼?
air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated.
1차에도
For a
이겼네.
moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture, its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney? Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it.
내가 볼 때 이 디코 엘리시움 하면서 그나마 가장 정상적인 캐릭터인데?
That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer. Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Yes?
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them. A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed? precarious world? Economy? I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished nothing. And now you're telling me these intellectual things to cover up for it. It's okay. You don't have to. I was wrong to trust another person. I will manage this psychic calamity as I always have. Alone. Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
Okay, but please, only a few questions.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Hi, Ace Detective. Math. It's... Oh, I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
안티크 멀레는 모자 하나를 더 준다고?
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Hi, Ace Detective.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games. The dented yellow mill.
Does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't
껌 수치가 낮구나.
That rider's...
Hey, piss. Look who it is.
Your munching has ruined my concentration! It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find. What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
Now, no need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
The best, huh? This isn't even a bull. But fine. I guess you did attempt to right your hooliganism. Consider it forgiven.
연극.
Your munching has ruined my concentration!
Go long, go deep, go unconventional.
Sure, officer. Let's hear your take.
우에서 유로 깜빡거리는 걸 상상해 보십시오.
I'm not following you.
He'll get it. Don't worry. Just continue. He's gonna be impressed. The man stares at you, silently frowning. Doesn't look like he's imagining it. The carabiner crosses his arms and spits in the crater.
You're talking about getting blackout shit-faced drunk and going into delirium, right?
The lieutenant looks up from his notes and nods to the old carabiner.
How so, then?
The lieutenant sighs audibly, but keeps his eyes on the notebook.
And I thought getting my knee shattered and surviving on rat carcasses in the trench was bad. Here, have one of my medals. You've earned it, officer.
Your sarcasm will be your undoing, old man.
Of course not.
The veteran of numerous armed conflicts extends his right arm with the setting sun in his clenched fist and an expression of utter disbelief in his eyes.
Was there something else you wanted to take from us?
I don't think there was anything else I wanted, was there? You got the medal. Now let's solve the crime.
메달 지든 해? 아, 이걸 메달 뜯은 거야?
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I head the citizens' militia on this fine day? It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I head the citizens' militia on this fine day?
All right, this is how we're gonna do it.
어르신 샌드위치마저 뺏어 먹기.
Like what, officer? This is as good as they come in Revachol, I assure you.
An array of delicious recipes flashes through your mind. Salads, salmon, sandwiches, bingo. This calls for an engineering angle. Structural rigidity, exposed rafters, lattice works, that type of approach.
Mon Dieu, that is an excellent idea. That would virtually negate the component loss.
한 가지 더 알려드리죠. 치즈와 햄 사이에 공간에 초벌구이에 한 파프리카가 들어갈 수도 있을 겁니다.
Ce serait délicieux. Can you make that sandwich, officer?
물론입니다. 하지만 우선 어르신의 샌드위치가 시제품으로 필요합니다.
I hope you are not just tricking an old man out of the little he has left.
초기 개발은 당연 그거 걱정 마십시오.
Okay. Sure. I'm not worried. We're here all the time, every day. Impossible to miss us, officer.
He looks worried.
Is there anything I can do for you right now? It is such a pleasure to see.
Your munching has ruined my concentration.
제가 간신히 게스통 어르신의 샌드위치에 손을 넣었습니다.
Yes, I was standing right here. I saw it. Why are you telling me this?
들어보세요, 여러분. 이런 힘든 시기엔 우리 모두가 형제입니다. 우리 넷이서 다 같이 식사하시죠.
No! I don't understand what you're trying to accomplish with this sandwich bonanza. But I already don't like it. All of this is very unprofessional. Makes me think the citizens' militia is nothing but a badly organized band of bullies and jesters. Again, I don't like this.
We're not. The officer was just...
You are representing an organization, an insignia, an idea.
It's clear these words mean a lot to him.
Everything you do reflects on the idea and the people you are representing. When we think of the RCM, we think of you. Please make it a pleasant thought.
Yes, well, let's just wrap this up and try to think about these things in the future.
Fine. You live, learn, and move on.
It is such a pleasure.
Your munching has ruined. Your munching has ruined my concentration.
당신이 본 것 중에 가장 거대한 샌드위치일 겁니다. 그 크기는 무시무시하고 너무하다는 생각이 들 정도입니다. 내용물이 실할 뿐만 아니라 풍부한 냄새와 맛도 가지고 있습니다. 아마도 이것은 진정한 달인의 작품입니다.
The ham sandwich looks fresh and nutritious in your hand, begging to be eaten.
다음 이어질 장면은 다소 선정적일 수 있다.
I'll pass. Thanks.
When you hold something up long enough, some people are compelled to take it. Try it on the lieutenant.
Thank you, but no, I'm not hungry. No. No.
The lieutenant's eyes express an absolute lack of interest. The lieutenant stands next to you, but he might as well exist in a parallel realm.
Stop that. I'm just not hungry. Camaraderie?
그래, 이 샌드위치를 너와 내가 나눠 먹으면 유대감을 다지는 거지.
Is it really necessary?
The bond between officers, partners, are paramount. That's how trust is built. Trust saves lives.
이게 정말 필요하냐고? 우정은 필요한가? 형제에는 필요한가?
Okay. They are all necessary. Let's share the sandwich if it matters that much to you.
이거 끝내주는데?
Sure. Time to go solve a murder investigation.
An intricate web of blue. The pattern still kind for you to discover. Someone who knows about history could tell you. A police badge on.
At least something good came out of all this.
신분증을 조사한다.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark.
나는 배달 음식 같아? 먹고 나서 맛도 없고 돈도 아깝네 후회함. 그러고 나서 내일 또 반복함. 그러니까 난 인스턴트 케밥 같은 거지? 알겠습니다.
You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and in the lower right
벌써
corner,
9시 반이야?
your
나
precinct.
밥 먹긴 해야 되는데 귀찮냐?
The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge. 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. It looks better on him because he isn't in as much pain while producing it as you are now, although there's already a hint of that pain, certainly. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light.
성명
You see lines of information on
해리어
it
드부아.
and a shining.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
잠깐 해리어는 무슨 이름이지?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
아이언하이드?
A name like armor.
뭐 해리어 드부아였군.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it,
지금
catching light.
LTN 2JFR
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
복상 등경이? 이게 뭐야?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Yefreitor is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're double Yefreitor. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
대콩타주?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens' militia. It means counting down to twos.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings.
무슨 예외?
Kings like satellite officers and the additional Yefreitor rank I already explained.
상등 계급?
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
그럼 내가 자네 상관이라서 내 개소리를 다 넘어가졌다는 거야?
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
능력에 따라 대사도 달라지냐고요? 맞는 것 같아요. 이 능력에 따라서 보면은 이 고원이 만약에 실패하면은 이 정확한 뭐라고 해야 되냐 그 추가 설명 같은 게 없다든지 아니면 추가 대화가 없는 것 같아요. 가끔 보면은 이제 무슨 확률적으로 성공하는 대사 같은 게 있잖아. 막 몇 퍼센트 확률로 그런 거 실패하면은 다시 도전할 수도 있는데 적색 같은 경우는 다시는 도전 못하는 그런 질문지도 있거든요. 내가 볼 때 능력치에 따라서 그 선택지나 아니면 결과가 좀 달라질 것 같기는 해. 확실히. 그래가지고 실패하면은 가끔 사기가 떨어지고 체력이 떨어지거든요. 그럼 죽을 수도 있어.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
달덕에는 다른 컨셉을 이해차? 그니까 나 그거야. 다크워즈인가? 그 무슨 막 다크워즈라는 무슨 막 그 있지 드래곤본 종족인가? 그거 한 다음에 그냥 다 썰어 다닐까? 응? 1회차는 그래도 막 좀 막 그 내용 궁금해가지고 최대한 애들 살리고 다 파헤쳤잖아. 파헤칠 수 있는 건. 이번엔 그냥 다 죽이고 다녀? 보이는 거?
Good.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
아니다. 역해 존나 이쁘게 만든 다음에 알몸으로 다니면 좀 뱀 먹을라나? 그건 좀 안 되겠다, 그치?
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure. 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41.
아서스처럼 빛의 수호자 되자고?
The 57th
그
is
직업이 되게 많았잖아.
A lot of
그치?
The
그
41st
성전사? 성기사? 뭐 별의별 게 있긴 했던 것 같은데 우선은 그때 할 때 좀 직업을 제대로 보자. 내가 그때 도적인가 했거든요. 그 내 주캐릭은. 그때 가면은 직업을 좀 막 자세히 보자.
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. He knew all those people, although they're not from his station. They must be big. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it.
미시감 이걸로 한번 해볼까? 아닌가? 그러니까 일시적인 연구 보너스 모든 적색 판정이 실패함? 하면 안 되겠다 이거. 내가 볼 때 그 레벨업해서 능력치 올리는 것도 맞기는 한데 반대로 이 퍽이라고 해야 되나? 이 비슷한 거 껴가지고 그 능력치 올리는 것도 나쁘진 않을 것 같다. 그치? 몇 개는 좀 떨어지긴 하는데 또 몇 개는 올라가거든요? 보면은 논리 마이너스 1이네.
Yes?
폴아웃은 오늘 몰빵에서 카지노에서 돈 버는 게 개꿀이야? 아, 그런 게임이었어? 살짝 포켓몬스터 골드 버전 금빛시티에서 777 코인 같은 건가? 옛날에 그거 좀 많이 했는데 어릴 때. 어릴 때부터 도박의 길에 빠진 건가? 이렇게 보니까 그 퀘스트 좀 많이 깼다 그래도.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with. I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol. Did you? Wonderful.
Quickly, methodically, like an electric printing machine.
It is a relief to see a W freighter here. The situation is precarious, to say the least. It needs a quick solution, or we will have a bloodbath on our hands.
도시에 피바람이 몰아치고 말 거예요. 라고 하는데 전면전 같은 게 일어난다는 건가? 파업이랑 상황을 통제해야 한다고 말씀하셨죠? 파업이랑...
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing land, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
파업이랑 처형이 어떻게 연관된 건지 다시 말씀해 주실 수 있나?
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
보안 요원이 정말로 필요했나? 일시적인 믿음의 탕실?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating.
죽은 놈이 보호하러 왔다는 놈인가?
They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
이건 전혀 디스코하지 않다고밖에 말씀드릴 수 없군요. 디스코한 게 뭐길래, 그치?
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put,
디스코는 MZ하지 않다야? 알겠습니다.
if you don't pin this on someone good and do
그치?
it fast,
어?
they will identify and
처형이나
execute
학살이
everyone present at the
MZ스럽진
lynching.
않지.
This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The débardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
말벌 한 마리가 꿀벌들 그냥 그냥 쉽 학살하던가? 수백 수천은 잡던 것 같던데.
The Seraï's giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000
내
bees
시간에
in less than 4
2,000마리
hours.
규모의 벌집을 판매를 한다? 옛날에는 이제 벌이라서 같은 벌끼리 아군일 줄 알았거든요. 근데 꿀벌이랑 말벌이랑 존나 안 친하더라. 그거 보고 좀 충격이었어, 어릴 땐. 벌이니까 다 아군일 줄 알았는데, 걔도 종은 달라도 다 아군이잖아, 그치? 그런 것처럼 꿀벌도 종은 달라도 다 아군일 줄 알았더니.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2
아니
minutes.
그렇게 봐야 돼? 알겠습니다. 살짝 이해가 안 가지만 알겠습니다.
As I said, a bloodbath. Many bleak scenarios have already come true, Lieutenant W. Frater Dubois. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good. As far as
여기서 그 법원으로 한 명을 이송해 달라 했잖아. 그러면 그 노동조합 대표 에브라트일 것 같냐, 그렇지? 걔를 데려올 때까지 엔딩은 안 날 듯. 이제 내가 볼 때 이제 3분의 1 온 것 같은데 이쯤이면, 그치? 이쯤이면 이제 한 3분의 1이 아닐까? 이런 대화가 오갈 정도면 이제 3분의 1 된 것 같아. 30시간 이제 한 40시간 했는데.
They boast a long list of clients: Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil. Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM, I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenel. I have, and they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe. If you mean did I see him alive, yes, but I did not know him. Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew him better than she let on. She passed.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40 or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age or gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed, this matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own.
And that seems to corroborate the ethnicity we gave.
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes, ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise.
뭐야, 그 구파대 대장이라는 그 뚱뚱한 놈이 그 용병 중 하나였단 말이야?
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask. Of course.
For about half a minute, she wears fingerless gloves.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent. Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
죽은 남성이 어느 곳을 방문했나?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital,
님들 저 빠르게 밥 먹고
traditionally
하세요?
stands on the right shoulder.
30분 내로
He started somewhere
먹고
near
와도 되지?
here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this. Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of
3시간 동안
Insulindic
먹을까? 그럼
at the
진짜로?
dawn of the Intereastillary
프랑스
Age.
사람들이 근데 밥을 먹을 때 3시간 동안 먹어? 그건 아닐 것 같은데. 그냥 옛날 아니야? 옛 말이다. 현대 프랑스인들이 뭐 밥 먹을 때 3시간을 걸린다는 건 좀 뭔가 와닿지가 않는데?
The old world passing by.
진짜 그렇게 먹으면은 살짝 리스펙. 좀 칭찬. 3시간 동안 먹을 정도면은 겁나 느리게 먹는다기보다는 길게 많이 먹을 것 같거든? 그치? 근데 3시간은 좀 말이 안 돼. 응? 아침, 점심, 저녁으로 3시간씩이면 9시지. 귀족이겠지? 어?
You said
누가?
you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
그렇게 오래 먹으려면 귀족밖에 없어?
Vredefort? Vredefort has a military academy. The Semines Islands saw a recent conflict. In Revachol, he was executed.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
누구에게서 더 들을 수 있나?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
피해자의 분신. 이제는 그 죽은 놈 동료한테서 물으면 될 거고. 일단 밥을 먹자. 밥을 먹고 이어서 합시다.